All right, this meeting is called to order at 3 p.m. Why am I hearing an echo?
It's not.
At, at 3 p.m. on May 10th, 2023.
No, are we getting feedback?
We have to have it on that.
Okay, we're going to delay for a second to see if we can get rid of this lovely feedback.
Gotta love technology. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move to 2.2, roll call, establishment of quorum. That's up to you, Graciela.
Okay. Trustee Aguilar?
Here.
Trustee Davis?
Present.
Trustee Garrett?
Present.
Trustee Nicolau?
Present.
Vice President Richards?
Here.
President Beggs?
Still here.
And I'm just looking on the screen. So student trustee Maria Marquez is not here for this session.
Okay.
Trustee Nancy Hinton, we understand is running a little bit behind, but will
Okay.
be here for closed session. Quorum is established.
Apparently, there's a lot of backed up traffic.
Yes.
So we don't have anybody participating via virtual, so we're going to skip 2.3 at this point. We're up to 2.4, statements of conflict. At this time, governing board members may declare any conflicts of interest and note they're abstaining from discussions and voting on any particular agenda items. This disclosure will be noted in the official minutes. And if you forget something and you realize later there's a conflict, you can point it out at the time. Yes.
I will be stepping out for 8.3, Resolution 22-23.20 for an absence from a former board meeting, which is coming to the board for
Okay.
a vote.
All right, thank you.
If I can make a correction, I think it's 8.4 is yours.
It is 8, yes, thank you.
No. Okay. 2.5 is public comments. Persons who want to comment on agendized topics may do so after being recognized by the board president and before board discussion. Persons who want to comment on topics not included on the agenda may do so now. Is there any public comment?
I don't see any raised hands via Zoom and nobody rushing the podium.
Nobody rushing the podium, okay. Hello, though. All right, so at this point, we will go to closed session. We will be discussing 3.1, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, appointment, evaluation. 3.2, conference with labor negotiators, employee organizations, CSEA. Agency negotiator is Catherine Pritchard. 3.3, conference with labor negotiators, employee organizations, YFA, and the agency negotiator is Rex Randall Erickson. Did I miss anything? Okay, we will close this open session and reconvene around 5:30. All right, we are calling our regular board meeting session at 5:32. We're opening on May 10th, 2023. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Darren, you have the booming voice, so I leave it to you.
Everyone follow along. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We are at 4.3. The board stenographer will conduct a roll call to establish quorum.
Student trustee Maria Marquez,
Present.
trustee Aguilar, trustee Davis, trustee Garrett,
Present.
trustee Hinton, trustee Nicolau,
Present.
vice president Richards,
Here.
president Beggs.
Present.
Quorum is established.
All right. 4.4 is report out from closed session, because we've been here since 3. This is related to item 3.1. During closed session, the Board of Trustees voted and accepted the resignation of employee number 0920494, effective May 31st, 2023, and approved a separation agreement. The roll call vote of the board is as follows. The motion was made by Milton Richards and seconded by Darren Garrett. The vote was yes. Antonio Aguilar, Don Davis, Darren Garrett, Nancy Hinton, Jenny Nicolau, Milton Richards. No, Leslie Beggs. Abstain, none. Not present for a vote, none. Absent, none. The motion carried. All right. 4.5, statements of conflict.
I have a conflict.
Do you know the number of the item?
8.3.
Item 8.3, yes.
Okay, and I think we have one other one. Right? You already did. Okay.
Trustee, just for the record, trustee Nicolau,
And trust, yes,
earlier, she will conflict out of 8.4.
correct. Okay, are the 4.6, are there any changes in order of business? No? Okay. 4.7 is approval of minutes of the April 12th, 2023 Board of Trustees regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
So that was Milton's motion and seconded by Darren, I believe.
Do you want to take the vote by roll call or just?
Can we just say aye? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? We're good.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. All right. 4.8 is approval of the minutes of the April 12th Board of Trustees special
So
meeting.
moved.
Was that Dawn? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's see. Oops, I just checked the wrong one. Okay. So I think we're at 4.9, public comments. Persons who want to comment on agendized topics may do so after being recognized by me and before board discussion on the action item. Persons who want to comment on topics not included on the agenda may do so now. Do we have any public comment? Okay, let's go on to board committee reports. Oh, and I didn't check online because were there any online?
So since we've moved to in-person and emergency conditions,
No.
no longer, we're
Okay,
not doing that.
okay. So if you want to talk to us, you have to come here in person?
Or via Zoom, but
Oh.
we're not taking any in advance of the meeting.
Oh, I see. Okay,
They have the opportunity to do so when the meeting is taking place.
okay. But I was just saying I couldn't see up there
Oh, pardon me.
if anybody has a hand up. Okay. All right, so Board Finance Committee report, Chair Garrett will give that to us.
Yes, thank you. Briefly, so the Finance Committee met on May 1st, Monday, at 3 o'clock. In attendance were myself, trustees Dr. Milton Richard and trustee Antonio Aguilar, as well as staff. Routine and customary business, I'm happy to report that we are seeing some incremental growth in our full-time equivalent students, but we're still lagging our all-time high. As you know, emergency conditions will end next year. Yeah, end of this year, starting next year. There's still talk that a lot of the community college districts are hopeful that some form of the emergency conditions will continue, but most are not hopeful that any significant progress will happen, and they're not seeing any real movement at the state level right now for that. So what that means is we will start seeing a rolling 3-year average. So we're down about approximately 2,000 FTEs right now. So it's not bad for us in that first year because we're first year's down, but we're still being calculated on the other 2 years of being at 16,500, give or take. But when we get into that second year, and now you've got an additional year where you're down 2,000 FTEs, now you're going to start seeing some significant or noticeable decline in state apportionment. And then if you're still down in that third year, then you're gonna see an additional bottoming out of state apportionment. So we are watching it. I'm grateful to staff, the two colleges, for being innovative and looking at ways to increase full-time equivalent students. So we're going to continue to monitor that and see where we can make some progress. And again, I want to thank staff for getting those numbers up, even in a small amount, is good to see. Our financial condition is still strong. Like both colleges are doing their part to maintain within budget. And so there's really nothing to report out there. There's really no significant items to note there. We did have a discussion, and I just bring this up because I want to make sure. We had a discussion about Columbia College and Modesto Junior College and the amount of revenue that they bring in, one college versus the other college, what their annualized expenses are. And that was just for edification for the Finance Committee as we're moving towards a new budget and adopting a budget, just to see what those numbers look like. No one is advocating splitting one off from the other one. We're just looking at it from a clearly dollars and cents standpoint. So that's pretty much it. Do my colleagues have anything to add? Okay, any questions from anybody? All right, thank you all very much.
Right, Mike doesn't want to turn on. Next up is the Board Policy Committee report.
Thank you, President Biggs. The board policy met on Monday, this past Monday, May 8th, and we went over the second reading of some policies that were going to be voted on tonight for passing. And I don't know, Kimberly, is there anything that you want to say? I know we're going into a recess for a few months, but is there anything that you need? Okay. So we continue to thank those that have shown up for our meetings and participated, given us your expertise and sometimes just personal train of thought. It's been good. And our next meeting of the board will be October 9th, 2023 at 3 p.m. We are changing the time to accommodate people that want to attend and can't at 1. So we're going to start it at 3 and hopefully be out of there by 5.
Okay.
Been doing pretty good.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Next up is 6.1, a presentation from MJC on basic needs and Lutheran social services and housing which has been something that Trustee Hinton has requested specifically more info on. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Good evening. Dr.
Good evening.
Wilson, VP of Student Services. I will be presenting along with Dean Jose Rocha of Special Programs, who oversees all the basic needs programs. And thank you for your patience as Trustee Hinton had been asked about Lutheran Services, which is a piece of housing, but part of the delay was that we were in the middle of a basic needs survey and we wanted those results available, and the focus groups just finished at the end of April. So it was important to share that data with you. So the presentation today will cover, it is a good thing that we finished the academic year, but we will be able to share all the utilization data for this past academic year. We'll talk about the basic needs assistance process, the food access options on campus, housing access referrals and future opportunities, mental health access, basic needs survey results, and then next steps and future planning when it comes to basic needs. So for basic needs assistance, the graph that's on the left is specifically from Timely Care. So for those students who've accessed mental health services through our online access, which is after hours, weekends, when we're closed, of those 188 students who made contact with that wanted basic needs assistance, 22% indicated finance or housing as issues for them, and 19% for food. There's currently 2 processes for students to get assistance with food or personal necessities, as well as housing and mental health. And those applications are the next slide. So for the food resources application for spring and summer 2023, in completing this application, it gives students access to grocery appointments, finding out when there's pantry pop up across campus, access to snacks and drinks, the food services vouchers, as well as personal and hygiene products, and CalFresh assistance, application assistance. And then the basic needs housing also gives them the opportunity to apply for emergency assistance or housing, and we'll go over those housing details momentarily. So the food access options for our students, number 1 is Flow, which is free lunch on Wednesdays, where students get in line on Wednesdays to get a voucher worth $10 that they can use throughout the academic year. And it was over 6,500 vouchers that were given out this past academic year, just under $60,000. So although students may receive a $10 voucher, they may only spend like $8 or $9 of it, but they will use that voucher on campus. What we are looking at, Flow did receive some additional funds this academic year, moving forward to receive more assistance with CalFresh application process, as well as student assistance. So ideally, we would like Flow to move from just being on Wednesdays to free lunch on whatever day you want. So if we get these new student ID cards that we're going to, we'll be able to load these options on students' ID cards instead of students getting in line once a week. Because if you cannot be on campus on Wednesdays, you don't have access to those vouchers. We also have the pantry vouchers, and those are similar $7 vouchers that can be used in the pantry. Just over 3,000 were given out this academic year, just over $23,000. And again, it's a $7 voucher. They may not spend the entire $7 when they go to utilize it. For Pirates Pantry, over 1,600 grocery appointments. They've picked up groceries in person or through drive-through. And there's been over 1,000 pantry applicants for this academic year. And for CalFresh enrollment, application assistance, 194 students, and then over 700 in outreach. So some future things we're looking at for food access options. Number 1 is a restaurant meals program. So that application has been submitted. We're waiting on the response, so that's pending, but that will allow students to use their EBT card on campus. So we're waiting for that application to find out if it's approved or not.
So anywhere on campus that has food, they can.
The dining hall.
Okay.
Yeah. And then exploring having farmers markets on campus right now as well. So housing access and referrals, I'm going to turn it over to Dean Rocha.
Good afternoon. So part of the program we have is the HIP program, and we were awarded in 2019 and throughout the years of $2.8 million. And part of that was to serve our students to help them out with their housing insecurities. And within the requirements of that actual grant through the state was to have a partnership, and this is where Lutheran Support Services comes in. So one of the things that they do is actually create case study management services for our students, so they actually support them in not only moving them in, but also helping out when they're here on campus. And the person's here about 40 hours a week and helping out our students. And so there's about 12 placements a year that we do. Like I said, we do furniture, we do items to move them in, utilities we pay for as well through these funds. But one of the things that we've done is actually through this program with the title Sales Pilot. And so within the pilot program, we're learning and trying to see what works or what doesn't work. And so we use this information for the past couple of years in the survey that Dr. Wilson was talking about to see what actually where our students are at, especially post-pandemic, right? So things have changed and things have moved. And so we're starting a conversation with Lutheran Services to see what other options or what other things we could do or what other models. So we're in conversations, and hopefully within the next few weeks, a few months, we'll actually have that idea where we're going to move towards the next direction. But not only did the HIP money was that used for Lutheran Services, but also used for the emergency funds for our students. So this past year, we gave out 109 students emergency grants for our students. It could be for utilities, maybe behind on rent, or whatever the case may be. And so we supported them. And it was about $220,000 itself. Within the LSS program, we had placement for 12, but one student was no longer part of the program, so they actually found another person. It was 13 students as a whole, and we have a waiting list. And so part of that waiting list, we actually wanted to see what other resources and services are out there. And so here's where the next slide comes in. So as part of that, as part of our learning, we want to see where could we build our actual partnerships with other agencies. And so recently, about a month ago, we had with our Tiny Homes project in the area, trying to see if that's possibly either here at MJC, excuse me, at Yosemite Community College District, or within the areas itself. But recently as well, we also went into conversations with not only with the County of Stanislaus, but also with the city and Center for Human Services to see if we actually could submit a home key project. And within that, RH home developers are looking at a space on 9th Street to refurnish, redesign 54 units, and we're going to actually be a more referral service. So not only with this our LSS, but also there's other programs as well that we get to actually place our students in and expand our money, resources, and so on and so forth. We're also looking at stuff for foster youth and also with the RH community as well as doing a referral service itself. So one of the nice things about RH Community Builders is we could actually leverage CalAIM, which is the different voucher programs within the state. So not only it creates and supports students that are housing secure, but also other wraparound services as a whole. And so we could create that success for them as we go. And so this is kind of just like the partnership model that we're looking at. So this is an example of what the city and the county submitted. But so the county of Stanislaus, excuse me, RHA developers, students leveraging the financial aid, students looking at CalAIM as part of that. Also the Medi-Cal and Center for Human Services, kind of like this wraparound like resources of leveraging and helping our students. And we found a lot of great stuff, and I'll talk about the actual surveys and stuff in a little bit. But this is kind of just an idea. So everybody has a little bit into of actually supporting the students as a whole.
So mental health access for our students, and again, this is this academic year, mental health counseling appointments, there were 717. And of those appointments, 33% of our students are indicating that anxiety is a major issue for them, as well as 18% depression. So we're very much aware of that. Timely care registrations, which again is where students can contact online via phone for appointments as well. So 535 accounts, 633 actual visits through timely care. Of those timely care appointments, there were 14 referrals to basic needs. And then there's been a variety of healthy living presentations, again, to address some of those mental health issues and areas that have been presented to us as well. No, when they speak with the counselor, they're identifying. Correct. So of the 633 visits, that's the 535 is the number of registrations. So clearly, though, that's the unduplicated number. So 633 students have gone more than once of that 535. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. When you said double dip, I was thinking differently. But yes, having anxiety and relationship issues, absolutely. So the basic needs survey, which our pre-office recently completed, there are 4 components of the survey. The first phase and second phase were the student survey and the employee survey. The part that was just recently completed in April, in the end of April, was the focus groups for students and employees, again, to see our employees' perception of our basic needs programs and how we're serving students, but also the students' perception of what their needs are, but also identifying for us what we need to work on our basic needs programs as well. And so of our students who completed the survey, which was 1,680, completed it partially or full completion, that's 11.4 response rate for those surveys. Of those, for mental health, 22% of respondents are experiencing extreme distress related to anxiety, so very similar to the previous information from Timely Care. 21% financial distress. Childcare, of all of our students who completed the survey, 40% of those respondents were parents. And 27.9 of those parents do not have reliable access to childcare, which we know is a major issue for our students at MJC. And then technology access, 11% of those respondents do not possess a functional laptop or computer, or 23% do not have consistent, reliable access to the internet. And then you can see on the charts on the right for homelessness in the last 12 months, 14% of students, housing insecurity, 35% experienced that in the last 12 months, and then food security, 45%, high marginal or food security as well. And then our employee focus group and student focus group responses.
So this, for as far as our gap services, some of the things that we found out was the lack of institutionalization, staffing, and also lack of services. So this is what our employees were saying, that this is just a gap in resources and areas that we need to address and look at. But also some of the ways to improve it is obviously that we talked about community partnership, staffing, improving awareness, access to different things. So kind of just creating this communication plan. And so one of the things we'll be working over the summer is actually addressing some of those things. And how could actually we create the strategy in this plan to making sure that we're letting everybody in the campus know, also our students know exactly what they have to do or where to go to.
Yes, we'll send you the link. The links to the reports are actually, we'll send it to you.
It is, we posted it to Board Docs, so it's available. If you want a hard copy, yes.
Actual report. So,
Mhm.
so yeah, these screenshots are exactly from the report. So we'll share that with you. And then the student focus group responses.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. And so some of the stuff that students were actually talking about was the lack, just as Dr. Wilson talked about, the lack of childcare, financial barriers, difficulty course scheduling, and also the balancing of work and school. And so some of the areas to improve is obviously the housing, services on both campuses, community partnerships, and messaging and awareness. And so as part of that, just a quick high-level view. So here are the 3 different action items that we found through the survey was the basic needs awareness, and so creating those strategies and those opportunities to let people know what's exactly where things are at. Centralizing services, institutionalizing, and also childcare in itself.
So we cannot fix any of this with a magic wand overnight. It will take some time to address several of these areas. But next steps in future planning, clearly we have to address the childcare needs. Clearly that is an issue. There are a couple of things that we are looking into. So Stand 2030, that will be an opportunity where there will be more licensed childcare providers training to get those licenses, and that may provide some additional spots. Additionally, looking at some of our community-based organizations that provide after-school programs, and if that's something that we can partner with as well to have after-school programs on our campus for those school-age children. The second one, to address technology needs, as you also saw in the survey, that is an issue. Most recently, our VP of Instruction did purchase 1,000 computers. Right now, those are in a holding pattern pending IT addressing the security issues with those laptops, but 1,000 have been purchased. Like Jose said, we do have to increase our community collaborations through the HomeKey project. That definitely will happen, a good relationship with Health and Human Services. And Jose and his team have definitely reached out with those partnerships. So increasing those more, and also exploring additional funding opportunities, because there are several piecemeal funding that supports these efforts. But again, money at some point is going to run out. So we have to kind of explore what else can we do, because ideally you would ideally not want to have a basic needs program, but the reality of it is we have to have one. But the funding at some point, we have to address that. That is it for us. Any questions? Yes.
I have two. Two questions. So tell me a data point that came out of this that you had a previous belief, but the data point didn't exist. What have you learned that has reinforced a former belief?
Childcare and technology, easily, because those have been brought up multiple times in various venues, but those two, we know that childcare is an issue.
And we didn't have those data points previously?
I believe that not through basic needs, not through the basic needs program, but I think that that's come through in various other areas.
And then
Not for sure when was the last basic needs survey done either, because again, Jose and I have been here less than
A
2
year and a
years
half.
for both of us, so the program's pre-existed our time.
Thank you. And then secondly, what surprised you coming from this either focus group or just the key takeaways?
I would say employee knowledge of services. Although one of the things I think I shared with you all at a previous board meeting was just we created a student services brochure. Like all information is there. So we're trying to share more information about what's happening in student services. But also now the orientation is taking place with new faculty sharing that information, also onboarding for new employees to be able to share that. Because if our employees don't know all the information to share, then the students will never know that. So again, the more we can share those services, and part of that was, again, creating that brochure and having our website up to date with all of our services available.
Are there other questions?
I want to thank you for this because, as you know, I have asked about it. And one of the reasons why I've asked about it, because as we've gone to conferences, I've gone to many of the training for housing, farmers market on campus, EBT on campus, and those were all issues that I thought, that's one way we could help our students. So I really appreciate you guys looking through that. And obviously the rest of the college community statewide is concerned. Would like to see us being able to do more housing. I know they do have grants going out right now for housing, for actually building the building. So keep it up. Good job.
There's a lot of money out there. Then that also means that we need more staffing as well. So the more money, more opportunities also mean the more folks we need to be able to run with these programs.
Yes, we went to a presentation. Well, some of us did to a presentation on that, and some of them hire a management company, and it gets complicated.
It takes away the risk management on the institution when
Yes.
you hire the management.
Yes. Don?
Yes, just thank you for the work on this and for the presentation this evening. Which of you, or there's someone who is kind of looking at the cost versus the return? Are there a cost of services versus what the services are that is saying, hey, this doesn't seem right. Maybe it's too expensive for what's happening. And you mentioned at the end of your presentation that funding, is a concern, and you want to have the funds necessary to provide these services to the students. How could you share with the board tonight or in future meetings that, hey, we're on the lookout for maybe being gouged or kids not getting the kind of services you'd expect for this price tag, whatever it might be? Who is someone like looking out for that, and can you share it with us how that
That's
happens?
both of us. So looking at the return on the investment, yes, we absolutely are looking at that. And I think if you saw in the presentation, that initial grant is 4 years. So now we're moving into a new MOU and really looking at what are our expectations as an institution and what our needs are for students. So for that particular LSS, what you're referring to, that $260,000, 100 of that may just be on that one person, that case manager. That's salary and benefits alone. But if you break it down by the 12 placements, that's 2 years of a placement for a student, $12,000 a year for housing. When you break it down a little further, but yes, that's why we're looking at the new MOU and what else we need to put in there to make sure that we're getting our money's worth. So yes, we are.
I have no doubt that you're watching it closely. We just want to hear it from you, and thank you for that. And we want to be good stewards of the funds that we're responsible for.
Are you working with the MJC Foundation also? Because, their micro grant program, because a lot of times if you're living week to week or month to month, and then you need a new car battery, you're done. And so that was that's been a great program where somebody, their teacher would find out and say, hey, go check with the MJC Foundation, and they had this special funding. We can help you get a battery for your car so you can still come to school or whatever. I know that's a small portion, but it can make or break sometimes whether a student can come or not.
Yeah, and Emily from Foundation, and we have our exec team meetings together, is definitely looking at parameters, because what tends to happen is someone comes to ask for money here, then they go to ask for money there, so that there is some type of
Central Clearinghouse.
exactly. So just making sure, and it is not just students asking for funds, but even programs. So really looking at how we're streamlining, but also communicating with one another, so that folks aren't double dipping or triple dipping in other areas as well.
That's great. Thank you very much. No other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up are association reports. I thought I heard that, do we have a new ASCC president at Columbia?
So Z Harmon will continue to provide the report until July.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm not sure about MJC, but we'll see.
okay.
Surfaces.
Welcome, Z.
Hi, no formal report tonight since we are at the close of the semester, but I just wanted to express a very deep thank you from the ASCC and all Columbia students for the YCCD board trustees and other dignitaries who attended our commencement last week. It was really nice to see some of you in person once again, and just thank you from the student body for that. But other than that, no report.
Thank you very much. Okay, and the ASMJC president.
So it was Caitlin Gross. I don't know who the newly elected is, but I don't see her on Zoom, and I don't believe she's in the room.
Okay, if she comes later, let me know. So next up is CSEA President Amy Levitt for, there you are. Just blocked my view.
Good evening, President Beggs, fellow trustees, and Chancellor Young. On behalf of CSEA leadership, we wanted to give it a shout out to Lydia Gaines, who is here today, if you don't mind standing. She is Health Services Senior Nurse. She was selected last month by the Board of Trustees as the 2023 YCCD Classified Employee of the Year. A bigger congratulations on this honor, and we know that Lydia will represent classified professionals in our district well at the Board of Governors level. Thank you, Lydia. As we come off the excitement of graduation, classified professionals are able to look forward to the week of May 21st through the 27th, which honors classified for their dedication during Classified School Employees Week, or as we call it, CSU. I had the privilege to listen and meet with CSEA Association President Adam Weinberger last night at an event. He has this comment to share. Classified School Employee Week is when our colleagues and our community honor our hard work and dedication to our students. This year, we are fortunate to be able to kick off the week with our very first Classified Professionals Retreat in Oakdale. A lunch invitation has been sent to district administrators and the Board of Trustees. So if you haven't already done so, please RSVP by tomorrow morning. We hope you could, it will be on Thursday, May 18th. We hope you can join us for lunch where you can mingle and get to know our dedicated classified. We are looking forward to showing our appreciation during CSU for our classified professionals that are indispensable, inspiring, and invincible. Negotiations is still ongoing, and we are optimistic about coming to an agreement in a timely manner. One area of contention is Article 11, duty hours, specifically around hybrid remote work. It shouldn't be that difficult to negotiate this article due to remote operations during COVID for multiple years and a hybrid approach when we return to campus. I understand the board is not able to engage in my report, but I am open for one-on-one conversations to answer any questions you have about the classified family. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Board of Trustees on behalf of CSA Chapter 420. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I believe that our faculty liaison to the board cannot be here tonight. So let me move to Columbia College Academic Senate President Marcus. I don't know how to pronounce the last name. Wizenet? I'd rather be better than close, but okay.
So there's a raised hand.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Thank you so much. It's Marcus Wizenant.
Wizenant.
Wizenant. Yes.
Okay.
He is not able to be here tonight, and I am not giving a report on his behalf, but I heard a question that I could answer. So if there's anything you want to know about Columbia College, I can tell you.
It's okay, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. And MJC College Academic Senate President, is Aisha here? Online? There you are.
Hello. Hello, trustees, chancellor, and colleagues. It's good to see you all.
Hold on 1 minute. We need to get your volume up either on your end or our end.
Let me check mine. Did that fix it?
Yes, it did.
Okay, great. Thank you. It's good to see you all, even if it is via Zoom, and I do hope to join you all in person next month. Our spring semester has come to an end, and we're officially in our Maymester as we go into our summer term. Some faculty are teaching summer school, while others have chosen to take part in other endeavors. I hope all faculty are able to take some much deserved and needed rest and can come back in the fall rejuvenated. Spring always feels a little bit harder for me than fall to pull through. At the end of the term, the 48-hour turnaround for grades feels a little bit harder in spring than it does in fall. But this semester, I was given a much needed boost by attending MJC's commencement ceremony. I had the honor of speaking at graduation, and it is by far my favorite part of this job. It was incredibly moving to see our students walk across the stage and see their families beaming in the stands. It was a privilege to be a part of that special moment for, I think it was over 850 of our students. Normally, I wouldn't have much to report after the semester has ended, but this semester, our faculty senators voted to hold a May meeting tomorrow afternoon in order to support the needs of the college. So I want to thank them for their commitment to participatory governance and the needs of MJC. I'll also be bringing donuts tomorrow because I'm not above bribery or using sweets as a thank you. Some of the timely action items that we'll be meeting to address tomorrow are the faculty hiring prioritization process and the proposed curriculum review sequence that will allow for the implementation of a school-based review model. We'll also be reviewing the strategic plan and educational master plan for a second reading, along with the MOU between UC Merced and MJC, or NYCCD, I should say, that will, among other benefits, provide our students guaranteed admission if they meet certain requirements. We'll also be reviewing a couple action items and an informational item related to CCAP, which includes a description of duties for a faculty CCAP coordinator position. This summer is the first Faculty Professional Development Institute since the start of the pandemic. And that is only happening because we have a very dedicated group of faculty serving on the Faculty Professional Development Committee. So I want to thank them for their time and dedication. This is important because faculty need to be given this place and time to focus on their professional growth and community building. Currently, 70 faculty have RSVP'd, and we hope that we'll be able to fill 30 more spots with some of our new faculty if their hiring is completed in time. The primary focus or theme of the Institute is reconnecting and creating a sense of belonging. To address, this will help address some of the feelings of being disconnected that many face as we try to rebuild our community, which took quite a hit from the pandemic. Lastly, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to Brian Green, the new president of YFA, and Marcus Wizenant, the new Senate president at Columbia College. And that concludes my report. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Nope. Okay. Let's go on to LTAC President Jillian Daly. Another person hidden on the other side of the podium. I was like, where is she?
You were a disembodied voice for me.
Yes.
All right. Good evening. Madam President and trustees. All right, so 3 Leadership Team Advisory Council members are retiring: Steve Amador, Judy Lancaster, and Vicky Mulvaney-Trask. These 3 representatives have been strong advocates for the leadership team and voices who I have relied on for steady advice and partnership. I'm sad to see them go, but wish them the best in their retirements. And if I'm honest, I'm very jealous. Soon. Per the leadership handbook, interim appointments are needed to replace representatives midterm. And so I want to extend a warm welcome to our new leadership team advisory council members: Sabrina Miranda, executive assistant to the MJC president as a confidential representative; Sean Osborne, interim dean of arts sciences and human performance at Columbia College as educational manager representative; and Jeff Swank, who I finally was able to wrench his arm as he's director of media services as central services classified manager representative. So I look forward to new perspectives on the LTAC. Last Thursday, May 4th, the LTAC had an all leadership team meeting hosted by the LTAC and HR administrators in order to bring important information to the team. On the agenda was an update on the district-initiated reclassification process, the 2023-24 health benefits cost, and the new online open enrollment process and supplemental benefits offered through American Fidelity. New changes to EdCode, primarily the change in the CSEA probationary timeline from 1 year to 6 months, and new Title V language to include IDEA as a part of the evaluation and tenure process of all district employees. We also discussed plans for upcoming leadership team professional development, which we hope will include legal, especially sexual harassment training, and IDEA training. Finally, as previously stated, the leadership team was updated on where we currently are in the district-initiated reclassification process. To recap, the leadership team's job descriptions and salary ranges have not gone through any holistic review process in around 15 years. We know through the annual ACCA salary comparison surveys that YCCD managers are paid below median in comparison to same job titles in multi-college districts, with some positions below median in annual salary from between $20,000 to $40,000. In the meantime, the YFA has negotiated language to bring them to median annually against their cohort, and CSEA is currently completing their reclassification cycle. Last October, when the LTAC first year cycle was up for board approval, the LTAC requested that one position be removed from the list as that job was not up for review in that year's cycle. And our position was always that the positions listed for each reclassification year were the sole positions up for review. After 15 years with no holistic review, some managers are at higher ranges than some directors. Some directors are at higher ranges than deans. There are already so many salary range inversions within the leadership team that any triggering of so-called job families within the team would just exacerbate the issue. Our request to pull that one position resulted in the pulling of the entire list and the hiring of a consultancy firm to review the process and make recommendations. While the Leadership Team Advisory Council is grateful that the first year list of the reclassification study was approved by this board earlier this year, we are 6 weeks till the end of the fiscal year, and the second year reclass study is just beginning. The report from the consultants was finally received last week, but has yet to be reviewed by the LTAC. In the meantime, by the time our year 2 cycle is completed, we will no doubt already be halfway through year 3. Therefore, the Leadership Team Advisory Council makes the following 2 requests. One, that we have access to the consultant's report, hopefully by May 18th for our review. The recommendations in this report affect our process in our handbook. In order to make improvements and agree on the process moving forward, we need access to the report. And number 2, As the leadership team is the smallest constituency group and has not been reviewed for so many years, and because at this point we are so behind in our process and will be bumping into next year's cycle almost before this year's has even begun, the LTAC recommends that at this point the entire leadership team go through the reclass process in order to eliminate current inversions and create a clean, updated, appropriate salary range for your hardworking administrators in comparison to our recognized cohort. And so those will go forward as two recommendations from our team. Are there questions?
Any questions? No? All right, thank you very much, Jillian. Okay, so next up we have the new YFA president, Brian Green. Welcome.
Good evening, trustees, President Beggs and Chancellor Young. I am Brian Green, Columbia College librarian, and as of last week, the first ever YFA president from Columbia College. It's been a busy 10 days for me thus far, and I expect the summer to be more of the same. One goal I've set for myself is to try and meet with all of the deans and to get a better sense of the issues they're working through and how YFA might be able to assist. Wish me luck. As this is my first board report as YFA president, I thought it might be helpful to share a little bit about my history with YCCD. I was initially hired in 2006 for a one-year temporary position. The following year, I was hired for a 10-year track position. In 2011, I was one of far too many employees, YCCD employees, that were let go as part of the reduction in force that took place that year. That was a horrible experience for everyone involved, and I don't wish it on anyone. In the end, it worked out fairly well for me. I had a job lined up where I was librarian and then was the chief academic officer at another community college, what we consider a vice president of instruction. And then in 2013, I was rehired at MJC, and I worked for 4 years in Yosemite Hall, just across the parking lot. One of the main reasons that I decided to run for YFA president was the opportunity to work closely with MJC and district colleagues again. In 2017, I transferred back to Columbia College and into the position that I was originally hired for back in 2006. I've been hired as the Columbia College librarian 3 separate times, which I think demonstrates my commitment to our communities, the college, and our students. I see the tremendous value that we bring to our communities when students succeed. YFA is a committed partner in helping to attract and retain the high-quality employees and colleagues we all want and need to make our student success possible. We also want to ensure the colleges and district continue to be the great places to work that I've experienced them to be. I look forward to working with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. So next up, we have 6.3 presentations and updates from Chancellor Young.
Thank you. I'm going to start off by calling on Dr. Tran from Columbia College to give us the college updates. Dr. Tran.
Good evening. Okay, no. Thank you, Chancellor Young, board trustees, community members, and colleagues. It's such a great month this month. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank our trustee, Dr. Don Davis, and trustee Antonio Aguilar, joined us for our graduation. This year, we had over, believe it or not, 2,000. At the end, when we counted, there was only 6 parking spaces left on campus throughout. So it was a wonderful day. Everybody was on the lawn enjoying. The weather was very kind to us. So, and we did have an increase in graduation as well, more than 150. So thanks so much for joining us in the celebration. It was very meaningful to the community and their students. Other things that are going to happening, if you can join us on Monday, we will do a check presentation along with our partner, Mother Lothrop Training Center, and also Fresno Workforce. We will be partnering and receiving $2.5 million to train combining fire and forestry program. It will be the first program that will actually offer on-campus housing for our students. So really talking about the ability to put our student at ease where they're able to do the best, finish the program with housing, and don't have to worry about commuting daily. So it's going to be a great event. Please join us Monday at 2 p.m. Another thing that we're also working into building the pipeline for our high school students is the Apple App Development Camp that's coming on this summer, along with Apple and Somerville High School. Again, our high school, we're looking at a feeder high school, and we're tapping into students who say, you know what, I don't think IT is for me. I'm not good enough to be in this space. Maybe it isn't for me, and that's what we want. The students, I always say, the ninth period, or they sit and the council don't know what to do with them. But we find that Somerville has 40% student that is receiving reduced or free lunch. So we're looking to place 40 students into the app development camp, working with Apple and the high school student. It will be hosted at Columbia College because we want to build that pathway. During the day, the student, what I call, will learn the body of knowledge. What does it take to develop the app? What does that look like? And in the afternoon, the teacher will actually work with the student to develop the app. So we're looking at developing apps for local businesses, and the high school want their own app. So that might be a contest among the students for some of their own app development. So that's another great thing. The other thing, this morning, we had our meeting with the K-16 collaborative grants. So the good news is that the partnership is going really well. Everybody's very engaged. And out of the partnership, I'd like to share a little bit history and what is the deliverables. So within that grant, we are going for $18.5 million for the region. But out of that, we have to pick 2 pathways out of the 4 we need to deliver, which is you can pick healthcare, education, business, or IT. Those are the 4 pathways. And so far, we know that the region are very interested in healthcare, such as our district, because we need the nursing, CNA, medical assistant. But this morning, I actually reviewed a lot of data and suggested, which is a very positive feedback, with the shortage of teachers throughout the United States, I'm hoping that our region will support that we will, in the short sense, train the teachers to teach STEM. So I think that's where we're going to position the region or district, because the shortage of teachers is too much, and we cannot compete if we do not address STEM. And I think by doing STEM or STEAM, because Columbia has great art program, more to come on that, but it was a positive feedback, and I felt good that when our team suggested, and we'll look at the data, but we're hoping that's where we're moving to produce more teachers. And with our great partnership with UC Merced, that would be a natural progression into credentialing and so forth. Now the fun part. The fun part is that Columbia loves music. So the month of April was full. We had a wonderful jazz concert that was sold out on April 29th, every single seat. So we need a new theater, hint, hint. So we definitely need that. And then the other thing we're starting to do is really looking at our summer campaign. We know people want to work, they want to play. So actually we'll continue our campaign for the summer workplace balance. So really catch up, stay ahead, or enjoy a course at Columbia College. And I will end on a note with a great accomplishment for Columbia College. This is year 2. We were recognized by the Campaign for College Opportunity that Columbia College is able to transfer students right into English-ready courses, so they no longer take remedial courses. In addition to that, as I share, We see a shift in our demographic. We also successfully placed Latinx student right into English transfer ready. That is a lot of hard work. I want to thank our team, our faculty, but again, Columbia has been recognized second year, and we will receive the award at the ceremony on May 31st. Other than that, thank you so much.
MJC, Dr. Redwing.
No one touches Alan's
you don't wanna
microphone.
touch Alan.
No, you don't do that. So, good evening. Thank you to our Board of Trustees, Chancellor Young, District Office, and everyone this evening for the opportunity to share Modesto Junior College's May College Update. There's also been much excitement about MJC's recent commencement ceremony, the 101st such occasion in the college's history. We shattered our previous record of students participating in the ceremony by over 100 students, with over 840 students walking. Thank you to Trustee Beggs, Garrett, Richards, and Nicolau for participating, as well as Chancellor Young, Vice Chancellor Albertson, and all of the esteemed MJC faculty, administrators, leaders, and classified professionals, as well as our students who made the April 28th commencement our largest ever. The run-up to spring commencement was just as awesome. The college celebrated the tenure of 10 new faculty members, so congratulations to Professors Black, Bruneg, Kuna, Dulco, Hall, Hernandez, Humphreys, Kipple, McDonald, and Tepstra. Welcome to the crowd. We also celebrated student excellence at the ASMJC Gala, at the Rasa bilingual ceremony, where I actually gave a speech in Spanish that was relatively comprehensible, as well as 4 nurse printing ceremonies and a variety of school recognitions for student achievement. So why so much celebration at MJC? Well, a lot of it has to do with our students. I'll give you just a few examples. 3 MJC communication students are the 2023 Cicero Award winners. The Cicero Speechwriting Awards are held annually by professional speechwriters and is the largest industry organization for professional speechwriters in the world. MJC student Kylie Duncan won the public policy category for her persuasive speech on lights, camera, and action. And as a winner, her speech was published in Vital Speeches, the best of the 2023 Cicero Speechwriting Awards. Moreover, MJC student Eve McDowell earned an honorable mention for her persuasive speech, A Drive Through the Deaf Experience. And Cody McDowell earned an honorable mention for his persuasive speech, What You Don't Know Can Hurt You. All 3 MJC speechwriters will be honored at the 2023 World Conference of Professional Speechwriters in Washington, D.C. this October. Congratulations to them on such an amazing accomplishment. MJC speech and debate team members are also national award winners. They will travel to Washington, D.C. to represent the college. Well, look at that. I think they're there right now, April 10th. Team members will be competing, so good luck MJC, with 54 other community colleges from around the country. A few other things that happened earlier in the month. New Student Day took place on April 15th. I think we had almost 700 students and parents at that event. Congratulations to the School of Science, Engineering, and Math and its new MJC Mesa grant-funded program. That $1.4 million grant will help grow MJC's STEM program with a goal of increasing the number of students who pursue STEM fields. And I must give a shout out to MJC's Invention and Inclusive Innovation team, which is finally finishing up what is now a 4-year funded pilot with the State Chancellor's Office, in which they've continued from the beginning with our partner at Lemelson MIT. And they've sponsored a lot of learning by doing through invention education projects. The strategic initiative, as you know, is meant to empower learners, help them identify problems, and solve them in our community. Specific developments from this 4-year grant include MJC's new Innovation Center on our West Campus and the development of 2 workforce skills classes. So congratulations to them. Baseball news. Let's see. On April 29th, MJC Athletics celebrated the Jerry Streeter Ballpark Day with the unveiling of the new MJC baseball scoreboard. The scoreboard was made possible through the efforts of community supporters for Jerry Streeter Ballpark, the YCCD facilities team, and the Board of Trustees who approved the naming rights, I believe, last year. And other good news in athletics, we're happy to learn that on May 19th and 20th, MJC Athletics will be hosting the State Track and Field Championships at MJC. So it'll be a special joy to host those championships and hallmark not only our rich history in track and field, but to rub it in that both our men's and women's track and field teams just won Big 8 championships in Santa Rosa. So, right? Yeah. A couple more things. We're excited to learn that Modesto Junior College has been selected as one of 20 California community colleges to receive the Native American Student Support and Success Program grant, a $600,000 grant to better support our Native American students at MJC. We're also elated to hear that Ryan Amaral has been selected to participate this July in the 2023 USDA HSI I Kika de la Garza Fellowship Program, great name, and that will occur among dynamic leaders from academia and government working to advance excellence for HSIs. A couple more things. I was happy to receive a thank you from the president of the North American Colleges and Teachers of Agriculture for hosting the judging conference April 12th through 15th at MJC. Over 400 students from both 2-year and 4-year universities from across the country competed in 17 competitions. Both Dr. Schrader and I got to read questions and mispronounce a lot of names. It was a lot of fun. Congratulations to librarian Iris Carroll, who's been named MJC Spring 2023 OER Hero. She's worked with dozens of faculty members across disciplines to develop and adopt OER, and has actually even created an OER guide by discipline for the library to support development of ZTC. 2 more excitements. One, I'm excited to learn that MJC instructor John Davis has taken his level 1 training cohort of Subaru U through a special partnership with Modesto Subaru. And that includes opportunities for our students to participate in trainings, boot camps, but also potential employment. And finally, I am very excited, and the President's Office is, to celebrating Classified Professionals Week and Classified School Employees Week, as that occurs in 2 weeks. So I look forward to talking with you all and celebrating your work then. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
No, just one comment on Dr. Red Wings' speech in Spanish. It was impressive. I was a little jealous because he probably did a better job than I would have done. So, and I'm fluent. I grew up in Mexico, so I was.
All right, so next we have the YCCD Classified Employee of the Year Award.
I'd like to give you a little history about this special award. It was established in 2009 by the Board of Governors in collaboration with the Foundation for Community Colleges. Since that time, every year, this award has been given to a classified support staff deemed worthy to receive this high recognition. This year, the honor goes to Lydia Gaines. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the board, Chancellor, and all the parties involved in selecting me as a recipient of this award. As an alum of MJC, it is an honor receiving this award, and I am grateful to share this moment with my family and friends via Zoom and some present here today. I did bring my cheerleaders. Today, May 10th, is a special day in Mexican culture. It's Dia de las Madres, or Mother's Day, as is known in the US. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and celebrate all the Mexican mothers on this day and give a special acknowledgement or shout out, if you will, to my mom, who is no longer with us, but whose ever-present spirit and love continues to guide me every day. She was always there for me and our entire family, and I am forever grateful for her support. I would like to acknowledge and thank the person or persons who took the time to nominate me for this award. And it is my belief that no one gets ahead in life alone. I have been fortunate to stand on the shoulders of many who have supported me along the way. To those who have lent me their shoulders to stand on, I say thank you. In closing, I'd like to share a quote that I have tried to live by and have instilled in my children. Work hard, be kind, and stay humble. Thank you again. I am truly honored.
I should mention that Lydia is the senior nurse of health services. So thank you for your dedication and your care and concern for the students that you serve. Thank you. Next, I have presentations for our student trustee, Maria Marquez. We also have recognition and appreciation for members who serve on the district council. We meet month after month, and individuals who serve on the district council contribute their time and participation in discussing district-wide issues. So let me begin with Dimitri Kariotis, YFA former president, who served from 2021 to 2023. He's not here tonight, but we'll make sure he gets the award. Next is Aisha Saleh, MJC Academic Senate President, who served from 2021 to 2023. We saw her on the screen earlier, and we'll make sure that she receives the award in person. And next is Lana Von Apps, Columbia College Academic Senate President, also serving 2021 to 2023. Again, we saw her on the screen earlier, and we'll make sure that she receives the award. So, to all the individuals who received the awards, I just want to express my personal thanks for your collaboration and your collegial team spirit. Last but not least on my report.
Chancellor, if I may, I think Alana had turned on her screen. I didn't know if she wanted to say anything.
Lana.
Thank you very much. It was an honor to serve the college and our district by attending district council. I certainly learned a lot during the time there, so thank you very much for everything.
Thank you. In fact, we have another award for Maria Marquez because as a student trustee, she also served on the district council. So here's another award for you. Last but not least, and this is especially important to many of you here tonight, that is the celebration by YCCD of the Classified School Employees Week. This will be from May 21st to May 27th. So I want to share with you the dates so you can put it on your calendar. On Tuesday, May 23rd, from 1 to 3 p.m., we'll have a little celebration for this classified staff at the West Campus, and the celebration will be in the break room right next door. On the same day, but at 8 p.m., we'll have a celebration for our custodial and security staff, and this will be held at the custodial break room and the security break room on the MJC East Campus. On the same day, May 23rd at 9:30 p.m., we also have a celebration again for our custodial staff and security staff at the MJC West Campus. And we try to be as accommodating as possible. We know the great work that our classified staff in these two departments put in, and so we have made separate events for them. Then the next day, May 27, from 9 to 11 a.m., there will be a recognition in the staff dining room, MJC East Campus, for the classified staff at MJC East. And of course, I haven't mentioned Columbia College yet. There will be Thursday, May 25th, from 10 to noon at the Upper Manzanita Staff Lounge, Columbia College. So if you're able to make one of those events, please feel free to come and join the celebration and recognition, but above all, an appreciation from the district to all the work that you do as support staff. Thank you.
Leslie?
Okay, yes.
I think this will be the perfect time since we're talking about classified employees. So I just want to get a shout out to somebody. They didn't give me her last name, but hopefully you guys know who she is. I got a call and said this person was very friendly. She was patient. She was so knowledgeable. And then they said to me, and you know how I could be very difficult. And I say, yes, I do. So her name is Anaí, and she works at the financial ed front desk. I think financial ed, right? Somebody knows her, let her know that she did a great job with our students. So thank her for me. That was it.
Thank you. It's always so nice to be recognized. What a great thing to do. Okay, so 6.4 is the COVID-19 health update, which is included for information. Ditto for 6.5, the travel report.
Trustee Beggs?
Yes.
I know that CSEA members are here and they might be leaving. There is a video that I was going to show at the discussion area.
Okay.
But I think it would be appropriate to share it now.
Okay.
In 1984, CSEA members passed a resolution at conference that would lobby the California legislature to designate a whole week honoring classified school professionals.
The governor signed Classified School Employees Week, or CSEW, into law in 1986. We are the reason why we celebrate our work in education every third week of May.
But why should we celebrate us?
Because we are indispensable.
We work to keep our campuses safe, clean, and operating efficiently.
From the classroom to the playground, the school cafeteria to the college financial aid office,
we make a difference in education and our communities.
Because we are inspiring.
Every day we make learning happen for our students.
Our passion, dedication, and the commitment to our work is unwavering.
Because we are invincible.
We rise above every challenge by creating opportunities to improve lives for ourselves, our students, and our communities.
we are educators for our students, and we are essential to our communities all across California.
I am a classified professional.
I am a classified professional.
I am a classified professional.
We are classified professionals.
Indispensable,
Inspiring,
and invincible.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, so we are now up to we're up to 7.1. Consent agenda. Did anyone want to pull anything for discussion?
Move to approve.
Second.
The second came from
Me.
Garrett. Thank you. There's a raised hand, Lana Von Epps. I'm not sure if that's with regards to this item.
I cannot tell. Yes? Go ahead, Lana.
Thank you so much. Let's see, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? All right. On item 711, the personnel, I just wanted to give a couple of shout outs and welcomes, if that's all right.
Fine with me.
All right, thank you. So I wanted to welcome new Columbia College faculty or continuing Columbia faculty in new roles. Glenn White, who will be serving as full-time faculty in Earth Science, Geography, and GIS. Welcome, Glenn. Congratulations. Rebecca Rogers will now be Special Programs Counselor, full-time tenure track. Congratulations, Rebecca. Welcome. Coming new to Columbia College is Juan Lopez Gomez in kinesiology and our athletic trainer. Congratulations and welcome. I look forward to working with you. And I also can't resist to give a shout out to MJC's new art history professor, Trisha Cooper, who I went to Columbia College with back in the late 90s. And congratulations. I'm very proud of you. Congratulations. And also to Mike Igo, who is now the Dean of Student Services. Congratulations, great work, keep it up. And also thank you to Kyla Hatler and Jessica Shapiro. You will be greatly missed. And congratulations in your new area of life. So that's all. Thank you so much for allowing me this quick public comment during this item. I just am so excited about our new faculty members and our new personnel. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a question just on the purchase orders. Do we vote first or can I ask the question? I was just curious on this is on page 53 of 197 or page 6 of 8. It says labor materials and equipment for MJC district marquee signs, site improvements. I just wondered, are these new signs or and it's more than one? Thank you.
We are replacing the one that's by PAC.
What's PAC?
The Performing Arts Center.
Oh. I think of it as the big theater, sorry.
And we're putting one on the back side of East Campus as well. And then we are putting 2 on West Campus, one over here at Blue Gum and Carpenter, and the one over by the Ag entrance. So there will be a total of 4 marquees.
Great, thank you. All right,
Well, on that note, are we getting around to replacing the faded wood sign there at the corner of College and Coldwell?
That's a historic landmark.
It's
Well,
vintage.
It is.
Vintage
And-
is back.
And it looks like a historical landmark. I just think it would be a great project for probably, students here that could, woodworking and create it'd be a great opportunity. So just a thought.
thank you. Nancy had a question?
And has there been anything looked at? I know it's been talked about before, the Ag Pavilion, putting a great sign as people are driving down 99. They wonder what that big building is all about.
Yes, stuck in traffic on 99.
So we actually had a really wonderful idea to put a digital sign on the top of the building, but we were told we can't because it would be an obstruction of the traffic that flows along 99. Judy tried to work with the city and the county to be able to do that. So in order to kind of still be able to have our signage, we went with the electronic marquee that is going to be a 2-sided digital screen that does face part of 99 and then also faces the overpass so that people on the highway will be able to see it. It just won't be as large as a digital sign on the top of the Ag Pavilion.
So is this coming? So we're already working on that?
Yes, we've already have all the designs have been approved through the Resource Allocation Facilities Committee. Money has been allocated and construction should be done by June 30th.
I asked like 3 times before and nobody told me that.
Yes. It's been in process for over a year now.
Thank you.
I guess I needed to ask the right person.
Now you know. All right, any other questions? No?
You have a motion on the floor.
All right. All in favor of passing our consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, so now I have to turn several pages. All right, we are up to 8.1 board policy reading. I will turn it over to Kim, who's waiting in the wings.
Thank you, President Beggs. Good evening, trustees. Before you, you have 14 policies up for second reading. The Board Policy Committee is recommending revisions to policies 2320, 2330, 2340, 2360, and 5075. Additionally, the Chancellor's Office, after the Board Policy Committee meeting, has been working with our lead counsel and with direction from our legal counsel. We are recommending that we pull policy 2365, which is recording, for further legal review. So you have 5 policies that are with some additional revisions before you, and we are requesting to pull 1. I will take any questions that the trustees may have regarding these policies.
Make a motion to approve the staff recommendation with the pulling of the one policy 2365.
Is that Antonio? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, anything else? We're done with policy, right? And Kim, you said that there was a new update, and the new updates are going to touch how many policies? The number was scary. I'm sorry to call you back, but
Yes, we received an annual update from Community College League of California, CCLC, and the total documents are 60. In addition, we will be starting our comprehensive review process of Chapter 3, which Chapter 3 and Chapter 7 are our largest documents for policies. So there will be several policies coming before the board starting in the fall. So
wow.
you have some break time. So get some rest though.
You're enjoying this.
I am.
Would you like to be on this committee?
I don't think you want me on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so next up,
Trustee Beggs, I just got a word that unfortunately the vintage sign is leaving, is going to be taken down.
So the wooden sign.
Yes. Vintage, I guess, is out.
I'll bet we could find a place for it somewhere, a place of honor. I hear grumbling. You would like it? I'm sure there's a process you have to go through. Okay.
We'll get the board a full update.
Thank you.
Yeah, well.
All right. I can see that Darren's going to start the vintage sign reclamation project. So 8.2 is the YCCD resolution. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees adopts resolution number 22-23.18 attached to the agenda proclaiming May 21st through 27th as Classified School Employee Week in the Yosemite Community College District. And thanks again, our YCCD classified staff for their commitment and contribution to the district, especially as the COVID-19 pandemic continues.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Excuse me, are resolutions roll call vote or not? I'm just wondering. Resolutions, I think, are roll call. I'm not, I don't know at the community college level, but how about our attorney? Do you know? Are resolutions require a roll call vote? Okay.
In the past, we haven't, but
Okay, well, then that's
it's
not.
up to you.
All right.
President.
Aye.
Aye.
We said aye.
Oh.
All right. So let's see.
So it's
Now we're down to 8.3. And this one has to do with Nancy says she is going to recuse herself.
So moved.
Second.
I think we need to read it first. That the Board of Trustees adopts the resolution in the matter of her absence so that she's excused from the March 17th meeting.
So for the record, she was out ill.
Yes.
Yes.
He was. Thank you.
She was out ill. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
One in, one out.
Who was my first and second? Pardon me, I didn't catch that.
That would be Antonio.
Trustee Aguilar was first, and the second motion came from?
Darren.
Thank you. You guys are quick.
I'm trying to slow him down, but, okay, 8.4, that the Board of Trustees adopts the resolution in the matter of trustee absence from the board meeting as attached to the May 10th agenda, and this is for Jenny Nicolau.
So moved.
First is from Milton. Do I have a second? Second from Nancy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Maria, could you tell me? Oh, never mind. He's going to do it. All right, we're up to 9.1, request for future board agenda items. Are there any requests for future agenda items? I'd be interested in one in the future, no time urgency, just about our outreach into the community, our PR, all the different ways that we use social media. It's because there was a social media item on the purchasing order this time. So whatever it is we're doing and whatever departments are involved in that, I'd be interested in learning more about that. And next up are comments from the Board of Trustees, 9.2. So let's start with the person who got 2 awards tonight, Maria.
Well, hello, good evening. I'm going to start off with thanking Dean Rocha and Dr. Andrea Wilson for the presentation regarding basic needs in the MGC housing program. It was very informational and grateful for the program itself since I participate in it a lot and it helps me a lot throughout the classes so I don't have to worry anything about lunch or anything that has to do with me being hungry on school grounds. And I also want to thank all faculty, staff, Board of Trustees, custodians, and of course volunteers for the commencement. And as everybody knows or may not, I graduated. In a sense, I'm very grateful and for the evening and happy because it was an emotional moment for me and for my parents, and sharing it with a lot of people made it even better. And if you celebrate the International Day or on Sunday, if I may not see you, I want to congratulate all the mothers that bathe us, clothe us, give birth to us, but especially had a lot of patience for us as your babies, kids, teens, and very now much grown adults. And as my mother expresses, you can be as old as you want, but you will still be my baby. Happy Mother's Day. And lastly, I want to thank all people from the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Young, classified staff, faculty, and others for guiding me, supporting me, and following along. This was one of the best experiences and opportunities for me to grow as a person and as a student. Once again, thank you and see you next time. That is all.
Thank you. Antonio.
You can come and visit us anytime, so. That's it. No problem.
Trustee Nicolau.
I just want to say congrats to the graduates. Happy Classified Week. Thank you all for what you do. I think it's common for us to have discussions at a board about what we could do to serve this community, but it's a big difference when you're shaking a hand, even if it's a sweaty hand because someone's nervous, or you're looking into the eyes of a graduate. Like, that is such a core refresher of why I want to serve on this board. And I appreciate everybody in their very individual roles of how that has led to the largest and greatest graduation on record. It was fun. I think I had a true, sincere smile for about 2 hours straight, and my kids totally wanted to put on the graduation cap and gown at home. So I'm feeling like that's inspirational as well. So hopefully in about 15 years, they'll be here. So congrats to everyone.
Oh, I thought you would.
Columbia graduations, that was a great idea I had to go over there. I love that chainsaw. That was beautiful. If you guys don't know about the chainsaws, when they get the kids from the forestry, that was the best one. So Columbia, you guys know how to do a commencement. Glad I went.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Trustee Aguilar.
Thank you, Trustee Aguilar. Trustee Dawn.
Yes, thank you. Very good. So I was former student activities director, former high school principal, and have been through a number of commencement ceremonies. And I come with an appreciation, like we all do, of the planning that goes into these events, but I just come with that lens. I know this doesn't happen by itself. So whenever I go to these, I look for the crowd control. How is the grass trimmed? How is the decorations? What about the printed program? What are you doing for sound, for lights? How are you, getting people to the right place, bringing in the graduates? And then at the community college, you have family members and children and all out there. And so I just want you to know, and everyone involved with planning these events, that we recognize that takes a lot of effort. And the classified employees laying out the chairs, all of it. It doesn't happen by itself, as I said. And so I appreciate it, and I appreciate it from experience. And I know, and sometimes we don't say enough to the people that help and put these events on, so that the students have something really that they'll remember the rest of their lives. They get their name mentioned one time like that, and it takes a lot of people pulling together to make that happen. And I wasn't at the MJC this year. Of course, I represent the area that Columbia is in, but 800 and whatever, what was it, 50, 100, broke the record by 100 students. Well, that just shows how proud people are of their community college. With whatever negativity that's out there, people say, you know what, the kids, they appreciate it. They appreciate it enough to come and get that recognition, that diploma, and be there. So kudos to everyone involved, and thank you. And the
Thank you.
chainsaws.
Trustee Hinton.
I just want to say congratulations to the class of 2023 of both Columbia and MJC. Unfortunately, because of a stupid act that I did on my birthday, I was unable to go. I was actually bedridden, but I'm better, and just want to say congratulations. And I've enjoyed them in the past at Columbia. Haven't made it to MJCs yet, but I've done Columbia a few times. And just hope you guys all have a relaxing summer, those who aren't working. And if you are working, take a rest.
Trustee Garrett.
I'm going to go a little over. Alan said I could use up the balance of his time, so that's what I'm going to do. First of all, I want to thank our Vice President of Student Services and the Dean for your report tonight. It's important that we look at those programs and get feedback and look how well we're serving our students that are in need. And I'd like to get ongoing reports and feedback, especially in the area of, as you pointed out, childcare and technology, with childcare being number one. I think that could really have an interesting positive impact on our student population, specifically given the numbers that you showed in the report. So I want to thank you both for your report this evening. I also want to finally say that the graduation, 840 odd students. I mean, as a trustee, you just see that line coming and coming and coming. But as Trustee Davis pointed out, you also understand all the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, particularly with our classified professionals that set everything up. I mean, there's days that go into preparing that venue for that many people, and the excitement in the audience members when their children, spouses, partner, grandchildren are graduating, and first-time college students, the pride that goes with that. And I'll just say this, I think it was Team Red Wing, Garrett and Beggs, that led the charge that night on the stage. So for that, I'm done, but thank you all.
Trustee Richards.
Well, first, I want to thank all the CSC employees that showed up tonight for supporting your colleague, and it's really great to see you here. And that was an excellent video, and it really sums up what we all feel about you. I want to take a moment and acknowledge and say how lucky we are to have our two campus presidents. I mean, they've been doing incredible things, and commencement was a real example of all the good things they've done. But I do want to make a request. Please don't have it on the same day, or at least change the time, because I really would like to go to both. And there's probably some 100-year faculty rule that we absolutely can't change, but I think it'd really be great to have it on separate days, or even if it has to be early. I know Stanislaus starts at 9 o'clock in the morning because they have so many commencements, but I really would like to go to both. So thank you so much.
Yes, I second that. Third, yeah, we all feel that way.
That's good. Good point.
The chainsaw thing does scare me a little bit.
Oh, that was the best part.
Okay, so this was one of the busiest Mays I can remember. I went to the 6th annual Raza graduation. I cannot speak to your wonderful linguistic prowess because I don't speak Spanish, so I trust everybody else who says it was great. I also went to the MJC Nursing Assistant Pinning Ceremony, the MJC Medical Assisting Completion Ceremony, the MJC Respiratory Care Completion Ceremony, and the MJC graduation. And I think I don't know if he was CSEA, but there was a young man down on the ground who kept handing us diplomas as fast as he could because you had a young one. Yeah, but I mean, he was sitting down there in the heat, just he must have had really sore shoulders the next day. So we had sore hands, but anyway, it was a wonderful experience, and I hope we only go up from there, from the 850 or whatever it was. So that's all I want to say. It was a wonderful week of celebrations.
I got one.
Yes.
Not only his speech, but we had a mariachi there.
Yes. Yes.
That graduations, it was awesome. We had a mariachi and then a banda after that. It's like, man.
Yeah, and
I would have went to every single one every year.
there was also, I think it was the nursing assistant, but I'm not sure, but there was a job fair in the lobby after the pinning ceremony. So they could come out and apply for jobs with about 8 different companies that were there. So, I mean, we need to keep doing that. That was wonderful. So anyway, our meeting is, yes? No? Okay.
No, you're not getting it.
I think we are done here. So our next meeting will be on June 14th at 3 p.m. And it's still here. We can't be up at Columbia yet.
No.
Okay. Okay, so it will be
Film is
here.
still in the works.
Okay. We've had technological problems.
It's still waiting for the
Parts.
product to come in, yeah.
We're stuck in the middle of the ocean somewhere.
So it might be sometime in fall,
Wow, okay,
unless they move the marker again.
okay. So this meeting is adjourned at, can I use his head? At 7:14.